Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the first stream of the new schedule. Glad you could be here. Loki, kind of expecting not to see you much, so super excited and very happy to see you here. You don't normally go to bed until 1 to 2 a.m. anyway? Okay, so it's still pretty early in your night then. Well, glad you're here. Happy to have you here. Oh man, that went down the wrong tube. Oof. Well, very weird to be starting the stream this late, but this is how it's gonna be. And yeah, I'm excited for it. So we have got a lot to do this evening. Let's get started. So yesterday, with our normally scheduled stream, I guess this is now our normally scheduled stream, we got through a little bit of the RTG, the random tomb generation, and we're gonna see if we can finish it up tonight. Fingers crossed, I really hope so. The no lunch stream threw me for a loop until I saw the video. Yeah, sorry about that. I was waiting to chat about it until it seemed like we had most everyone online yesterday, but I think you must have had to step away for a little bit, so I apologize for that. I should have thought, dude, what is happening? Alright, my phone just like pulled up Samsung Pass and it was like, what card do you want to use? I'm not trying to pay for anything, Samsung. Get out of here. Yeah, I was trying to hold off until most people were there. That's when I made the announcement. Most people would hear. Yeah, I don't remember if I said anything in chat. I probably should have said something in chat so that it would actually stick and not just, well, if you didn't hear, you didn't hear. But anyway, yeah. I'm glad you found me on YouTube though and saw the video. But anyway, yes. So new evening stream. Fortunately / unfortunately, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Anyway, so the RTG, we were working on that yesterday afternoon, and we got to the point where we can now have a random floor layout spawn every single time. We refresh this every time, you get a new floor layout. But, and this is terrible examples because all of these are not too bad, honestly, but sometimes you'll get something like this, where you just get a block of way too many rooms all in one spot. So we are first going to implement a fix for that. We're going to add a check just to see if it has too large of a block where it's all a room. We want it to regenerate. So you don't have huge blocks like this. Like this would be fine. This one would be fine. This one would not be. So basically what we're going to do is we're just going to start counting, right? And it's going to count all the way up, and if it can count sequentially all the way through, I'm going to say 4 rows. If there are 4 horizontal, or if there are 4 vertical rows where every room horizontally is enabled, then it's just going to regenerate. So I feel like 4 is too many. 3 should be fine, like that. Look at how freaking boring that would be. Then you get something like this, that's a little bit better. But see, 3 I think is fine. I think that's not too large of a section that's generating. I think that should be fine. It's when you get sections of 4 or more that it then just needs to be like, all right, you're too boring of a layout, regenerate. Something like this would be fine. Even though it is like a large section, it at least kind of offsets itself. So we're going to do that. That is the first thing we're going to do. Yeah, when I'm at work, I tend to be in and out depending on what I need to do. That is completely understandable. If you're at work, I know you've got other stuff that's going on, so no worries at all. No worries. Jesse over on YouTube, hey there, welcome to the stream. Glad you could make it. Glad you are here. Yeah, we're just talking about what we're going to be focusing on tonight. We're going to hopefully try and finish up the RTG, the random tomb generation. The first thing we're going to be implementing is making it so that you don't get huge blocks of rooms in the generation. It's like stuff like this, totally fine. Stuff like this should be fine. It's kind of a weird shape. Stuff like this would be fine. There's a weird Looks like a camel. Does that not look like a camel? Kind of looks like a camel. Again, terrible. There we go. There's an example. So with this as an example, you've got just this 5 vertically tall stacking section of rooms, and we don't want that. That is just way too much, and we're gonna implement fix. So let's do that. So I'm just making sure. Music sounds a little bit louder than usual. I don't know why, but it's fine. Okay, so let's come over here to our Trello board, and we're gonna throw that. So this first one is going to check if there are more than 4 vertical lines with all 6 horizontal rooms enabled. If so, regenerate. Yes. So basically the way we're gonna do this, so this is pass 1, and then show layout. So this needs to be at the end. Okay. You know what? I think it's getting to the point where we aren't going to be able to use the self variables. So RPG Maker has a built-in function called self switches, and you have A, B, C, D. I don't know why they stopped at 4. Seems kind of dumb. You would think they could go, I don't know, at least 26. I'll use every letter in the alphabet. But anyway, they have these self switches, and you can use them because they are self-contained in the event, right? So the switches are global. If you turn these switches on or off, same thing with the variables. If you adjust these variables, these can affect events globally. But in RPG Maker, they've got self switches, so if you turn any one of these 4 on, it's only affecting this event, which is great if you don't want to go out and make a whole switch to turn things on and off. But with the amount of passes we're going to have for these random tomb generations, I think it's best if we just use variable. So at the end of the page, instead of turning on self switch A, let's just say control variable add 1 to, since we're not having any variables set in stone, let's just do player level. So add 1 to player level. Here, if player level is equal to 8, variable 8 is equal to 1, then it goes through here. Okay, and then we will get rid of turn on B, do control variables, add 1 to variable 8 U, or if variable 8 is equal to 2. All the way down here at the bottom, you do not turn on self switch C. You will add 1 to player level. This is if player level equal to 3. You do not turn that on. You control variables add 1 to that. You are if this variable is equal to 4. Okay, that way we can have as many as we need. It'll just increase the variables and it'll change the event pages for us. Loki says, for anyone interested, RPG Maker VX Ace is free until the 10th on Steam. That is actually really good. VX Ace, I have spent a very long time in. I wonder actually what my hours are in that one. Come over here. VX Ace. Yeah, almost 400 hours. I'm pretty sure this is one that I owned before Steam, though. So, pretty sure I've got more hours than that. I've got way too many hours in the different RPG makers, though. It's ridiculous. So if we look at MV, I've got 2,500 hours. Ridiculous. VX Ace, I've got almost 400. 2,000, I haven't even launched, but I probably have hundreds of hours in this one, because this is the first one that I learned, and this was, whatever it is, 20 years ago or something like that. XP is another one that I just own because why not have it on Steam, but this is another one that I spent hundreds of hours in before it was even on Steam. 2003, another one, but yeah, I've spent 6.5 hours in it. And then yeah, VX, haven't opened VX because why use VX when you've got VX Ace? But yes, if you don't have VX Ace, 100% I would say go get it, especially if it's free, might as well. Loki says, sounds like me with 7 Days to Die. Played a bunch before Steam, and then again once it was added to Steam. Yeah, that is another one that is huge for me as well. So if we go to 7 Days to Die, yeah, 1,700 hours. It's a lot. I've played that game a lot too. Absolutely love it. It is probably my favorite game. Yeah, I actually, just really quick side note about 7 Days to Die. I missed crowdfunding it by like 2 months, probably. So they had it not on Steam. This was like pre-alpha 5. And yeah, I heard about it when it was like, I think it had been on Steam for like a month, maybe. And I saw it and I was like, this looks amazing. I need this game. And I have since bought it about 7-8 times. So I bought it for myself, bought it for my wife. I think I bought it for 2 of my brothers. I bought it for 2 coworkers. I think 2 different friends. And then on another YouTube channel that I used to do, this was years ago, I think I gave away like 3 keys on there as well to, you know, try and drum up viewers. And I was like, giveaway. I think I maybe had like 1 viewer at the time. And I was like, well, I guess you're getting the key. Good job. So I'm playing it for like 11 years. Yeah, it is so much fun. I absolutely love that game. I know that some people will argue with me. I will say 7 Days to Die, I would say, is the best, obviously, zombie survival crafting game. But even just like survival crafting game, I would put 7 Days to Die above basically everything else. I think it's just so well balanced and just so much fun. I love it. Anyway, so let's get into this. So how are we gonna do this? So this is pass number 1. So we need, let's come over here. We're going to parallel process. This is the variable 8 is equal to 1. We just need to come in here, increase this all by 1. Okay. So this is check if rooms are blocky. This is version 1, and this is pass 2. So basically, I'm going to number the passes before it actually shows the layout. So this is showing the actual images, right? And there's going to be 2 of those. So it's going to show the actual room layouts, and then it will show the actual doors. So this is pass number 2. Pass number 2. How are we going to do this? Well, I think we've got 1045 that we can work off. 1045 are the rooms. So that's 1 through 60. I think what we can do is let's set 1045, set it to 1. And then we're going to do conditional branch. Let's see. How do we do this over here? 97 plus 912 times 4. Well, we can just take that same thing. So is it 912 we need then? 912. Yes. Yes, but let's do this. Let's do conditional branch. We're going to do game variables dot value 97 plus 1045 times 4 if it's equal to 1. Okay, so this is just checking to see if room 1 is equal to 1. If it is, then what we're going to say is control variables add 1 to, let's do variable 9. Yeah, the comment, the room is there. Okay, and then basically all we have to do is say, so it adds 1 to this, and then also control variables add 1 to 1045. 1045. There we go. So this variable right here, it's checking it is, so it adds to this variable, right? And then basically what we can say is when this variable is equal to, it'd be 6 times if we say we want to do 4 vertical lines. So when it's equal to 24. So if we just say down here, we'll then say conditional branch if variable 9 is equal to 24. So if it reaches 24, that means there have been 4 vertical stacks of all horizontal rooms being on, which means it's created a horrible block of rooms we don't want. And so then we will just say control variables set 8 to 0. That way it goes off of this page and it goes just straight back to this page, regenerates the dungeon, and then it'll come back through and do this check again. Okay. But then, if you are not equal to 1, then what we're going to do is set this back to 0. So basically, as it's going through and it's checking the rooms, right? Crap, I forgot to open Photoshop. So basically, as it's going through and it's checking the rooms, right? It is going to be adding to this variable. So every time it hits this variable, every time there is a room, it adds that variable. And so long as it hits eventually a 0, it will reset this variable back down to 0. So it's saying, okay, there's not a perfect block here of rooms. Set it back to 0, goes back to 0, and then it just keeps going on up. So this is reading left to right, bottom to top. And so then once it can go through all of that, then we know we're good. So if I pull this up, yeah, it is very, very slow. Come on. There we go. Okay. So yes, so basically the idea is it's starting here and it's reading all the way over. And if all of these rooms are on, it'll be a 6. And then it goes over here and then starts going up. All of these are on, then, you know, so on and so forth. And so if this entire range are all on, it tells it to regenerate the entire room. But if it's going through and it gets all the way up to here and then all the way over to here, and if it hits this room and that is not on, then it resets the whole thing and it's like, okay, just keep going up. Okay. So I think then the last thing we need to do is then say conditional branch. If the variable, what was it, 1045? 1045 is then equal to 60. So it's checked all the rooms. Then just say control variables, add 1 variable 8. There we go. Moves on to this one, shows all the rooms. Fantastic. You are +1. You're equal to 3. Okay, and that's just action button. That's right. Okay, this should be a pretty easy thing implemented, so let's take a look and see what happens. Okay. Air level 8. Okay, well, let's see here. Let's pull this up. Let me check this really quick. Variable 8 is equal to 1. Let's do the good old classic. Let's flash the screen here with a white. Make sure we're getting here. We should be. Flash is white. Okay, so something is incorrect. I have done something wrong. What did I do wrong? Check if rooms are blocking. B1 past 2. We need to add. No. Crap. That's right. We do need to set that to 1, but then we need to. Okay, let's not set it to 1 right there. Let's. Oh, that'll be fine. Let's just loop this. So add a loop. Grab all these guys. Put you in there. Yes, so when you get to player level 0, break the loop. You do this, break the... Okay, there we go. That should be it. Still not what I was expecting. Okay, so set it to 1. 1045, it sets it to 1. If game variables.value 97 plus 1045 times 4, so 1 times 4, so that makes it 101. It equals 1. The room is there. So then variable 9 plus 1. That's what's tracking how many rooms sequentially there are. Then it adds 1 to 1045. Else, if backpack else set backpack slot 9 to 0. Okay. And then if backpack slot 1 equals 24, set the player level to 0, break the loop. And then if player level progress horizontal equals 60. Huh. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, that shouldn't. Yeah, no, actually, that is plus 1. Okay, what is. Yeah, we're gonna get 1 flash. And then it's just getting stuck in that loop. Okay, let's see here. 8. 9 is 0. What about 1045? Where is 1045? 1045 is equal to 1. Okay. Okay, so it's getting stuck in this loop. Why? If game variables dot value 97 plus 1045 times 4 equal to 1. It's just checking. Is room 1 layout equal to 1? Just want to make sure. Room 1 layout is 0. 100. Okay, so that's that. Yep. So it is still. The rooms are still generating. That's fine. That's all working correctly. Room is there. Backpack slot 1 plus 1. Okay, that lets me know that room, yes, good to go, is there. Player level progress plus 1. So it moves on to room 2. Okay. Let's check this. Let's see if we're actually getting in here. We're not. Are we getting into here? Yes. Okay, so we are getting into the else handler. What if we say player's position is going to be 1? But that should set room 1 layout to 1. I am so stupid. We're not setting the rooms to 1. We're setting them to an ID value of 100. Okay. Okay, I thought that was going to be the right thing. Let's go check. 1045. 6. 6. Okay. Hmm. 1 in 60. All right. Let's let's add another flash here. I just want to see how many times is it taking us back to this page. So flash, just one flash. Okay. Oh, this is supposed to be the easy part. I went with this one first because I was like, it's going to be super easy. We should be able to do this. Okay, so if equal to 100, there's a room. Add 1 to this variable, which is saying there is a room. Okay, and then 1045, which is just saying move to room number 2. Okay. But if there is not a room there, all right, we're gonna do a little bit of a rave off. Ready? The red, nope. Red means there is not a room. Ooh, wait. We still need to have it go to the next room. That's right. Okay. Okay, that's all we were missing. We're missing one thing. It needed to actually move to the next room. So it was moving to the next room here if there was a room, but if there wasn't a room, it wasn't actually moving to the next room. I'm an idiot. Okay, and apparently it is stuck in random gen hell. Oh, this poor game. It's really trying. It is really trying to randomly generate a dungeon that doesn't have crazy amounts of looping rooms. Is it actually... Okay. Okay, so that's another bug. So if it generates one that doesn't have it, then it's fine. But if it's not, then it can't. But is it actually regenerating? I don't think it's actually regenerating. We come in here, we flash the screen. I don't think it's actually going back. Okay, that's not right. Holy crap. Why is this so big? Ugh. It's fine. It's fine. TK Gamers! Welcome, welcome. Glad you could be here. Even if it's for a little bit. Is it 10 o'clock in the morning there for you? Am I just like completely... I think I'm just like... There's got to be just like one little thing I am not seeing, and I don't know what it is. Let's just put that there for now. Almost. It's 9:58. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's almost 9 p.m. here where I'm at. Good times, good times. Okay, so let's take this out of the loop. Let's not do a loop. Even though I have these break loop functions, let's just take them out anyway. Then here at the end is where I'm going to add the flash. Just to see if we ever have to do it twice. It is still just getting stuck in this weird loop. Sorry, but the real problem is I have to go to school after a while. That is understandable. It's 10 in the morning for you, so I know that you've got things you got to do. It's completely understandable. I'm happy you're here, even just for a little bit. What if we flash the screen here? Blue. We know that we're getting here. It should go blue and then white. White. Backpack slot 1 is equal to 24. Set you to 0. What? Okay, do I just need to exit event processing here or something? Why? Player level progress, horizontal equals 60. 1045. Let's slow it down just a little bit so we can see where it's bugging out at. Okay, so it's going to make it all the way through. Good. Let's turn down this time to like 10 frames. TK Gamer says, I bet every dev stares a hole through their monitor after seeing a bug. It is 100% accurate. Yeah. I stare a hole through my monitor so hard anytime there's a bug like this. So I'm just like, I look at the code and I'm like, it makes sense in my head. So why is it not functioning as I think it should? Okay, so it checks them all. Okay, yep, that one's good. What if we have... Okay, we're gonna do something a little bit weird. We're gonna have pass 2 be after the show layout. The reason being, I want it to show me everything, so as I'm following along, as it's counting out the numbers, we can see where it might actually be bugging out. So, let's do that. We need to come down here, though, and move 1045 down here. Go right there. Okay, so it will show everything, and then it will start checking. We can follow along and watch. Oh, wait, that's right. You're 2. You're 1. Oof, that was weird. Okay, so it shows everything. This one shouldn't bug out. That one's not going to be a problem. That one's not going to be a problem. This one should be a problem. And then it freaks out. Okay. So I believe the issue then is this right here. But why? Do I have any hardcore challenge for your rage game? Ooh, hardcore car. I cannot speak tonight. I am so sorry, everybody. Day 1 of a new job will really take it out of you. Hardcore. Oh my gosh. I cannot speak. Hard parkour challenge. Woo. I think you should change your rage game to just be trying to say hard parkour. That is, I don't know why I could not get that out. Hard parkour challenge. what mechanics do you have in your game? Is it going to just be like running and jumping, or are you going to have like being able to, you know, grab onto ledges and like pull yourself up or anything like that?
Thanks for the follow, Chopang_.
Chopang_. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I feel like that probably means that you followed soon after. I could not say the phrase hard parkour, so hopefully that was a reason you followed. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Running and jumping, my engine doesn't have a 3D viewer. I am in pain, so some easy stuff. Okay, so you're doing a 2D rage game. Okay. Well, if it's a rage game... Oh, it is 3D. Oh, sorry. Running and jumping, my engine doesn't have a 3D viewer. Okay. Okay, I'm in pain, so... Okay. Well, I feel like something that is extremely rage-inducing is disappearing platforms. So if you were to have platforms that as soon as you touch them, you've got like half a second to find the next place to go. I feel like that could be very rage-inducing. Doing some disappearing stuff. Especially if, so kind of going off of that really quick, if you had disappearing platforms where sometimes you had to time the jumps correctly because of like projectiles or something like that. So let's say, for example, there was like a flame trap or shooting arrows or like darts or something like that you had to dodge, but then you had to also deal with the disappearing blocks or objects or whatever it is. A long path that breaks after stepping on them. Yeah, absolutely. You're just like running as fast as you can, running for your life, trying not to have it fall. Yeah, I think that'd be fun. I think it would be. Okay. Why on earth is this happening? Is this the one that's going weird? Wait a minute. With objects in the path? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, things you have to dodge, but then your platforms are disappearing as you're running. I think that'd be pretty rage-inducing. I think... Is it something here? I think when it's coming back to this page... I think this is actually where it's freaking out. If we do this, if we say... Right here, control variables, let's say 1 through... I don't know, 1200, set it all to 0. We're just doing things with variables. We're not doing any switches. Bro, do your work right now or you'll forget the solution. I know. I just get so distracted. I think it might actually be an issue with me setting variables. Let's take a look. It's gonna go through and check. Okay, so this one should be fine. This one shouldn't be fine. Once it gets up to here, it's gonna do its freak out thing. Excuse me? Okay, so it is adding to variable 9. Yeah, this one's gonna be fine. This one should not be fine. Okay, what is variable 9 at right now? Variable 9 is at 11, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 23, 0. Ooh, okay, it actually responded. That's good. Okay, that one should be fine. This one should be fine. Let's find one that's not fun. That is actually a really fun looking dungeon. I wouldn't mind exploring that. Okay, this one should not be good. So as soon as it hits around here, it should then go through the rest of it. Hit 60 and it doesn't. So what did variable 9 get to? 14. What the... Okay. Let's do this really quick. We're going to clone this and we're going to say you are variable 9. We're just going to keep our eye on that guy and see what happens. Okay, hold up. Okay, so 1, 2, it should get to 3 and then reset. We're not waiting long enough. Come over here. Let's do 10 frames. I know it's going to take a little bit longer, but we need to test this and just see what's going on here. Okay, so this one should freak out once it gets to 24. Yes. This one should be fine. Get all the way to the end. Why is that 1? This should be a 2 because it went that. Maybe we need to set you to 1 instead of 2. I guess that would make sense. When it gets to the end, it should be at a 2. It should go 1, 2, blank, 1, 2. Oh, that's true, because the top, okay. Man, even with the numbers, my testing is just all sorts of out of whack. Okay, let's find one that's going to be just... 1, 2, 3. Nope, that's not going to be enough. Okay, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, it's now in this section. As soon as it hits 24, there we go. This one should be fine. Okay. TK Gamer says Kai and Speed are living together. Who and who? I don't know who that is. You have to remember, I'm an old man. I don't know people. So yeah, I don't know who that is. Oh, they're live together. Well, that's exciting. Is that exciting? I'm gonna say that's exciting. Oh, okay. So as soon as we hit 24, here we go. It responds. Then this one should be fine. Perfect. Let's try one more time. I just want to see. Okay, this one should also. As soon as it hits this. Oh, there we go. Okay, we're in this section. Here, bam. Yes. Okay. So if we get rid of the wait time, how quickly can we get through this? It is still, it's a little slow. Don't you know Speed? You have seen him at least once for sure. I mean, I probably have. Let's take a look. See, Speed streamer. Oh, I show Speed. Okay, all right. I have heard of Speed. I have heard of Speed. Okay, all right. And Kai. Okay, and I recognize that picture. Okay, I have never actually watched Kai or Speed. but I do recognize their faces. So I will say that. I do recognize their faces at least. Okay. It's fast enough. Yeah, it's fast enough. So I think if we come down here, we add you, copy you, put you back over here. I wish you could just move the pages. I don't know why you can't move the event pages. It's kind of stupid. But there we go. Okay, so that should... There we go. Still does a little bit. Still slower than I would like it to be. Because without this check, without pass 2, it was going totally fine. Pass 2 is what's slowing it down. Why is it slowing it down? Chopping says, I came here late. Are you working on the map? Well, welcome. Also, thank you for the follow 10 minutes ago. I appreciate it. And yes, I'm working on the map. So we are working on random map generation. So right now we've done pass 1, which creates the dungeon layout. And then right now working on pass 2 to try and make them less boring layouts. So before, there were times where it would just generate just a block of rooms. So it'd be like these rooms right here, and it'd just be a giant square. It was very boring looking. So pass 2 is to make it so it doesn't ever generate just a super boring looking layout, which I think we have working, which is fantastic. So it's never going to create just a blocky. Okay. It can create. So this is still pretty blocky looking, right? So it can create blocky looking rooms still. The chances are much lower. I also have it so that it can spawn up to 3 tall. I feel like that should be fine. Like, yeah, it's a big area, but it's not going to be the end of the world. I think that should be all right. So now we just need to find a way to make that faster, which I think, for some reason, in RPG Maker's weird wisdom, if you loop, it for some reason goes through the code like 10 times as fast as just a normal process. I don't understand why. I really don't, but a loop does. So here's what we're going to do. At the end of this here, we're going to break loop. Let's get rid of that and put that there. So, okay, you all saw how long it was taking before, right? If we come over here and we test play this, like, look at how much faster that goes. It's again basically instant again. I don't know why. I don't know why RPG Maker does it this way. If you just throw code in a loop, it's just like, oh, you want me to just go crazy fast? Okay. And I'm like, why? Why do you? I don't get it. I do not get it. I don't understand why they do it this way, but they do, and it works for some reason. So just, if you're using RPG Maker and you want your code to go super fast, just put it in a loop and it just shoots it out. Super bizarre. I don't get it. Okay, so pass 2 is complete. So let's come over here. RTG, check if there are more than 4 vertical lines with all 6 horizontal rooms enabled. If so, generate. You are. Change the cover just so we are keeping in theme. So yes, you are a. Well, you're not. I guess you're kind of a new feature. So yeah, we'll throw you in there. There we go. Okay, so that is pass 2. Just call this one pass 1. And you are pass 2, not ass 2. Pass 2. What? Not your. There we go. Okay, and then room connection B2. So this one is going to be much harder, which kind of sucks because this one was supposed to be the easy one. Pass 2 was supposed to be super easy. It was just supposed to be like that was supposed to take like 20 minutes. And that was almost an hour. I guess to be fair, we had like all the introductions and all that stuff, so maybe that was like 40 minutes. Still, it was not supposed to be 40 minutes. It was supposed to be like 20. So let's see if we can get through room connections V2 faster. So let's come over here again to RPG Maker. We have Pass 1. This is just generating the dungeon. Pass 2, this is making it less blocky. Okay. And then this is actually showing the dungeon. Okay. And then this one is not good. This is not good. So this was going to create the worm layouts. Which just is not working. It is not working. So everyone, look at this code. Say, thank you for your time, code. But you are not what we needed. You are not what we want. So, goodbye, code. It's been fun. I am, though, gonna hold on to just to make things easier on myself, because I know for a fact we're going to need some of this, so I might as well just keep it forever. Okay, so this is creating room layouts version 2. This is Pass 3. I don't think we really need to keep track of the versions, because it doesn't really matter. I'm not really going to go back. I can't restore an old version of this stuff. That is not how RPG Maker works. But what we can do is just say this is Pass 3. So Pass 1 generates it. Pass 2, make sure that it's not too boring of a layout. This shows all the images, so we know what we're good to go. And then Pass 3. This is actually creating the room layouts. Okay, so yesterday on stream, we went through the different criteria that we were going to need. So let's do this. We're going to just add a line here so I know this is all old code, that if we need to just quickly copy and paste something, it's there. But for now, let's come over here. Let's set you back to parallel process. 3, okay. And then this is showing the layout again, which is what we do need. Okay. So, Pass 3. Let's do this. Let's come over here. Nope, come over here. Room connections V2. There we go. Okay. Start at room 1. Start at room 1. Go left to right, top to bottom. Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay. That is irrelevant. Okay. First pass. Check if a room is enabled. Okay. Well, let's come over here. Oh my gosh. There we go. Oof. Trying to get it so I could just actually Alt-Tab back and forth. For some reason, I had clicked on my Twitch window and okay, so first thing we need to do, check if the room is enabled. How do we do that? Well, we do this guy. We need conditional branch. Right there. 912 times 4 greater than 0. So greater than 0 means it's checking to see if it is a room. That's fine. Let's actually use, again, we're going to use 1045. So down here at the bottom, it sets 1045 to 1. Let's also come down here and set 1045 to 1. Okay. Pass 3, check 1045 and 45 times 4. So this is checking room 1. Room 1 is greater than 0. So this is just checking to see if there is something here. And then it picks a random direction, so 1 through 4. Let's come over, where would it be? Here? Images, pictures. All right. Yes. Okay. So the directions are, if you are a 1, 2, 3, or a 4, you are either down, left, up, or right. Okay. So we then want to say in here, script, we're going to say game variables dot set value 97 plus 10.5 times 4 to equal crap. We need a random number. I feel like every time we need to do a random number, I always have to go to Google because I can never remember how to do random numbers. Safe room. Here we go. This should be... There we go. You... Yes, that's the... Okay. Over here. This page, pass 3 equal to math.floor math random times four plus 1. Yes, so this is picking a random number between 1 and 4. So if you do 4, that would be 0, 1, 2, 3, and then the plus 1 is 1, 2, 3. Okay, so it sets it to a random number between 1 and 4. So it's picking a random direction to set it to. Perfect. That is what we need. All right. Next, check if there's a room. Check if there's a room to that room in that direction. So how are we going to do that? Well, but here's the problem we could run into. The way that it checks the rooms, so all the rooms are just based off of variables, right? That is why we can use all of this JavaScript to just check these variables, and it works great. But we come over here, I'll show you. So we've got control variables. So variable 101 is room 1 layout. So if this is a room, it's right now going to be set to 100. And then it sets it to a random number between 1 and 4. So random number between 1 and 4 would be it's either then facing down, left, up, or right. Correct? Correct. But if we then need to check, we pull up this map image. So we're doing it based off of this room here, right? So let's say, for example, if it chose to be the direction of right. If it's heading this way, it's going this way, it can check and see, hey, is this variable to the right of me? Is this room? Is it a room? Easy. What it can't do is checking the rooms to south or west. And the thing is, it's going to change for all of them, because everything here on this row, it can't check if there's a room to the bottom of it, because that would just take it to a weird random variable. And then this side can't check anything to the right of it, because that would be a weird random variable. This to the top, this to the left, so on and so forth. So how are we going to do this? How are we going to do this? We do a very manual check. Basically say, hey, if you are 101, 105, 109, 113, so on and so forth, don't check down. Don't want to do that. Crap. Check if there's a room in the direction of that. In that direction. Okay. Random direction 1 through 4. Check if there's a room in the direction of that room. the direction. I might. What if we could use negatives? That could potentially solve it. Because we wouldn't really be setting anything around these variables to a negative value. So if we did something like this, let's say no. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. That would be so much change. So much change. Setting it to 100. Would it be? So we set it to 100 here. If you're equal to 100, we could just say if you're equal to negative 100. Maybe it actually wouldn't be that bad. If you're equal to 0, set you to negative 100. If you're equal to negative 100. What about over here? We've got map 100. Can we do map negative 100? Man, I'm assuming that'll work. Will that actually still work? Maybe not. Alright, so maybe that won't actually work. Maybe there's just one other place that I'm not checking correctly. Let's flash this screen. I just want to see how far along we're getting. So white, red, white, red. Okay. Gotta be here then? We get a second flash of red. So if we get two reds, white, red, red. Huh? Why is that not showing correctly? If we get rid of that, it's gonna freak out. Why is it not freaking? Okay, so maybe we can't just change this to negative 100. Maybe we cannot. Okay. I think I just say less than 0. All right, so maybe it is actually that easy. Let's just do this one more time. We're gonna go back through. We're gonna do all this. It's gonna be fine. We'll just change these few things because I think actually setting it to -100 could actually make it possible to do this easily. Doing the checks. Red, red. Okay, so yeah, it was just okay. All right. So that means what we're gonna do is set those to be a negative number. Because -100, that is a very specific number, right? Excuse me. You should not be like that. Looks like it's got a little pinky up. Why was that one like that? It should not have allowed that thing. Oh, we finally had it working. I mean, I know I probably broke it by doing -100. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. What is happening here? Crap. You're equal to -100. Room is there. Backpack slots +1. Player level progress horizontal +1. Backpack slot 1 equals 1. Was it broken just the whole time? Did I just think it was fixed? 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so what if we do this? Change this from 24, 6, 18. So this should only allow. Oh wait, 24, 6, 12. Okay, I allowed up to 4. But I think maybe allowing only up to 3 could keep the designs more interesting. I think. It might make the generation a little more difficult again. What the? Okay. Ooh. Wait a minute. Maybe it actually is fine. I think my eyes are just playing tricks on me because. Let's do. All right. I may have to just say I apologize. Random map gen. I think it may be because of this. Let's check and see. We're going to refresh this a few times. Kind of boring. Okay, I think the problem was... Yeah. Okay, so it was actually working. It just looked like it wasn't working because I didn't have these filled in. That's kind of cool. It like generated a key. Huh. Random gen for you. I thought it was broken because it was just generating the empty squares. Apparently it was working, and I'm just an idiot. So... I wonder, what if, this is just me thinking out loud here, what if we only allow you to have 2 lights? 2 rows. Does that help with the generation at all? This almost seems to be making it more boring. Wow, that is boring. See, like that. Why can't I generate a dungeon like that every time? Oh, that would be so much cooler. One, two, three. Okay, what is the longest repeating on this one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 1, 2, 3. Okay, 5. That one is 6. 6, 7, 8, 9. What if we say 9? There are more than 9 interconnected blocks. Will that make it any more exciting? Ooh. Eh. 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 Well. What if... Ooh, okay, this is... I'm going off on a weird tangent side quest here. What if we didn't choose a new direction every time? What if we let it move like 2 in a single direction? So 2 rooms over. Would that actually make it a little bit better? There's the loop. Okay. You. Would that work? Actually, I don't think that'll work. Because depending on where it starts, it could move in weird directions. Yeah, actually that won't. It can't move in the same direction twice. Because if it ever started, let's say for example, if it started like, well, here, and if it went to the right, it would then move here and here. But we do check to see if it's there. So, okay, so this is where it's choosing the direction. So if we say something like this, we say conditional branch, variable, we'll just say, I don't know, 20. 20 is equal to 0. Then do that. And then we're going to control variables. We're going to add 1, variable 20. And then every time it loops past here, add 1 to variable 20. And then we're going to say, I know this is going to look, this is very weird, but when variable 20 is equal to 2, then control variables set. So this is basically saying it can move in one direction twice. Let's actually put this not in here, but at the end here. I don't know. Let's see what happens. Okay. Okay. Huh. Interesting. Those are much... Those are much more interesting looking, I must say. For the most part. Some of them are not. But those are much more interesting dungeon layouts than what we were getting before. Because before, basically all of them looked like this. Just without this extra thing down here. Huh. Okay. See, this... Well, I mean... Some of them look better than others. But that means what we could do, potentially, is if we came down here and we said, hey, when you reach 3, do this thing. That makes them much more corridory-ish. Okay, alright, okay. I'm actually really liking that. Huh. What do we all think? I think that random generation, just that small tweak, I feel like, is making it look so much better. Huh. Huh. I feel like it's taking up so much more of the actual floor space. Instead of just making the most boring, generic looking rooms, it's actually making like corridors. Huh. Okay. I mean, okay. I feel like that random generation looks so much better. I know it's not much, like, I know it's a little thing, but I am actually really proud with how that all turned out. Okay, that is actually feeling really good. That, I actually... My brain is like, just that tiny little change, just telling it to move. Oh my goodness. What if, hear me out, what if we set it to a 4? What would that even look like? I feel like we're getting diminishing returns. I feel like a 4 maybe then starts going too far. Ooh, actually. Yeah, I feel like they're getting boring and generic looking again. So, let's switch this back to a 3. I feel like 3 is the sweet spot. I feel like 3, yeah, it's right in that sweet spot. Another thing to consider. What if we said, hear me out, let's put this to a 5. And then up here, we say, hey, add a random number between 1 and 2. You feeling me? You feeling me? So it could go 1, or it could go 2. Add to the little randomization, you know. Ah, crap. Oh wait, that's right. You can't equal 5, but if you are equal to or greater than 5. Okay, all right. That's better. Okay. I don't know if it necessarily looks any worse, but I don't know if it's necessarily any better. Yeah, I don't think it's worse, but I don't think it's better. I'd say we leave it as is, and then we actually move on with our lives. How about that? Maybe they are feeling a little bit too square now. Yeah, they're kind of feeling a little bit too square now. All right, yeah. I think maybe the sweet spot. What if we put this actually back down to 4? What if we do 3 now? Yeah, I think that'll be good. I think this helps make it feel a little bit less generic. Well, that one got very much so stuck in random gen. Okay, yeah. I think it helps feel a little less generic with that slight change. So, cool. Okay, well, back to what we were doing. Ooh, before I got on that weird tangent. It wasn't even a talking tangent, which is usually what I do. It was just a tangent of doing new things. Okay, past 3. Where are we? So, random direction, 1 through 4. Check if there is a room in the direction. All right. So, let's set a random number between 1 and 4. Then, what we need to do is say... We need another conditional branch. We need to say player's location. Say you're in room 1 times 4. Okay. Plus 97. That would be 101. If you are... Because everything, if there's a room, it would be equal to negative 100. Anything else than negative 100 wouldn't be a room. So if you are not equal to negative 100. So let's check. Let's check up first. That would be... So this here... Yes, so this all right here, this selected text is checking the room you're currently in. What we need to do then is say, let's add another parenthesis. So we are needing to check up. We're going to do plus. What would that be? That would be, we need to move. Let's check this. If you're here, you need to check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And there's 4 variables per room. Yeah, so 24. So plus 24. Yes, okay. Plus 24. So that checks the room above. Up. Okay. Right. Perfect. If 97 plus 1045 times 4. We only need to check and see. Okay. Actually, here we go. The 1 is down. 1 is down, actually. We need to say minus 24. But what we need to do is say conditional branch if crap. Actually, that's fine. Yes. So then let's do comment if down. That's this guy. So if down. So if 97 plus yada yada yada, we don't need the minus 24. Let's get rid of you and the extra there. So if you are equal to 1. If you're facing down, you need to check the room below you. And then if you are so if the room it's checking is not equal to 100. Nope. What we need to do is say if you are equal to 100, then we just need to add 1 to 1045. Control variables, add 1. 1045. There we go. 1045. Add 1 to 1045. And then set wait. That's not gonna work. I don't know why I was thinking that was gonna work. That is not gonna work. So basically, the issue is that's right. I was gonna keep them all negative. Okay, so how would I do that with a random? I know I'm so much in my head right now because there's so much that I'm like that's going through my head that I can't say it all out loud or else it's gonna sound stupid. But let's see if I can try and vocalize my thoughts. So the idea was, I would set every single room to be negative 100. this would help for when I'm checking the other rooms. Because basically no other variable should be in the negatives. The only variables that would really ever get into the negatives would be player and monster HP, and that would only be when you're in combat. Everything else should be a positive integer. The idea is I would use negative numbers so that when it's checking all the rooms around, it wouldn't matter if you were checking these outer rooms. Because even if we could just use all the same equations and just say, hey, check the room below you. And so long as it wasn't at least a negative number, that would mean there was no room there at all, whether it's outside the scope of the map or even within the inside the scope of the map. It would be either a 0, which is not technically a negative integer, or it would be outside the scope of the map. But the problem we're running into, we want to check if there's a room in the direction. Check if neighboring rooms are trying to connect. They are. Repeat step 2. Random direction 1 through 4. Check if there's a room in the direction. So what we need to do then is set this to a random number between -1 through 4. Okay. Let's pull this up. JavaScript random negative. How do you do that? Just -1? Multiply the random number by -1. Okay. That seems too easy. Times 4 minus 1. I feel like that's too easy. JavaScript, you're making me second guess things here. When we get here, we're gonna say let's just flash the screen here. So when we flash pink, we'll know to go check variable 101. Crap. That's right. I just turn you back on to actually function. Why? What? Why? Oh, okay. That's the problem. We've got we are getting to pass 3, right? So let's just to make sure this is actually working. Just keep it simple. We're going to say set variable value 101 to equal math floor random 4 minus 1. Okay. Yeah. The 101 should be a negative number. Is not. Okay. 1, still 0. 1, still 0. Okay. Times 4 minus 1. That is what it said, right? Multiply the random number by -1. But do I need to do times -4 minus 1? I don't. Is that how you would do that? 0. 0. Okay. Game variables dot set value 101 to equal plus negative. That's what we're going for. Nope. All right, Gemini. Okay, I need to create a random -1 or 1 to multiply an already existing number by. Current random function generates a -1, 0, and 1. Okay, not. Use the existing function, just call math.random if less than 0.5. Okay. Not what we want. Random negative number. I'm trying to choose a random negative number between -10 and -25, but getting the error below. Try this. Math.random 10, 25. If you're starting with 0, you can also use something like this. Solution below works as well. My preferences is just to add the negative before the math.random. Okay. Switch the order of the numbers to -25, negative. Try this. Math.random. I really don't think that is how it's supposed to work. Right? Negative math.random. That's not going to work. That's going to throw up an error. 0. 0. Okay, yeah, Okay, well, if there's any JavaScripters in the chat and knows how to generate a random number, just don't get why. Game variables dot set value 101 equal. If I just do that, it should just set it to a positive integer, right? Between 0. Okay, so even that is not setting it correct. What is going on? Okay. 101 to equal math.floor random. Okay, that should set 101 to a random number between 1 and 4, right? Unexpected token. do I have the random equation outside of the... I don't know. JavaScript, you are an absolutely heartless thing. I don't know why random numbers are so difficult for me in JavaScript. I don't know. Random numbers in JavaScript is just set value 101 to equal math floor. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. That is what I thought. Unexpected token. Okay, so there's even an issue with that one that I'm copying and pasting. Good to know. 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 0. One, 2, 1. Yeah. One to equal math floor times 4 plus 1. Here we go. You're equal to 4. Equal to 2. Okay. We're now getting on the right path. Okay. Here we go. If we did, so according to all these guys, you do -4 plus -1. -4, -4, 3, -2, -3, -5. Okay, we don't want that. So do we not need the plus -1? Do we just plus 1? Guess we'll find out. -3, -2, 0. Okay. -1, -4, -3, -1, -1, 3. Dang it. 3, -3, -3, -1. Okay, well, we're not getting zeros. I'm not getting 2s for some reason. -4, You'd think at some point we would get a -2, -1, but the -2 does not really matter. There's the -2. We're just wanting to make sure we aren't getting any negative zeros and -5, which we are not. So I think that's how we do it. I don't know why I had this before. That is absolutely terrible. So here's what we're going to do is we're just going to copy. So this is the portion we need. Is 97 plus variable 1045 open, open, close, close. That is what we need. Okay. Let's replace 101 with that, which should still set variable number 1. Okay. Open, 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 close, close, close. Crap. Open, open, open. Close, close, close. Open, close. We just need one less of that, or have I done something horribly wrong? I did something horribly wrong. This is why I can't just copy code. Open, open, close, close. That should be all of that. Get rid of that. Okay, so then we are now at open, 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 close, close, open, open, close. We need close, close. What am I doing with my life? -3, -3. It really loves -3, doesn't it? -4, -3. Why is it so obsessed with -3? -1. Okay, all right, so it's doing that correctly. Whew. Sounds like JavaScript. It 100% is, yes. Trying to generate random numbers, and I, for some reason, am just terrible at it. Okay, so we're going to generate a random number for room 1 between -1 and -4. Yes, that is what we want. Okay. It generates a random number between -1 and -4. So we are now going to check if you are equal to -1. That means you are facing down. Because down, close that and bring this up. Down is this one right here. This guy right here. As you can see, you can go down. So that's the -1. -2 is left. Let's just make sure we're doing this correctly. So it sets it between a random number between -1 and -4. -1 is down. So it checks to see if room 1 is equal to -1, I mean it's facing down. Great. Then it checks to see, this is checking to see if the room below it is a room. Or, I think the idea, where am I? Here. Check if there's a room in that direction. Okay, yes. So we're just checking to see if there is a room in that direction. So if you are less than 0. Okay, so if the room below you is less than 0, that means there is a room. Yes. Yes, that means there is a room. But if there's not a room, what do we need to do next? We need to loop back up to here. Let's not flash the screen. We need to loop this. Let's loop. Throw this in here. So there's not a room. So if you are less than 0, that means there is a room. It's exactly what we want. And that should be all that we need to worry about. Sadly, it's time for me to go walk the dog and then lay down for the evening. Can't wait to get over this cold and have energy again. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry you're not feeling well. We have a great night and good luck with the new job. Thank you, Jesse. I appreciate it. Good luck walking the dog. Hopefully, it's a little bit warmer tonight. That's a plus at least. But yeah, hopefully you get some good rest. Hopefully you start feeling better soon. I appreciate it. I think all we want to do, check if there's a room in that direction. And then check if neighboring room is trying to connect. If they are, repeat step 2. Okay. So first, there's going to be so many checks. But we're going to be able to loop this because it's just going off of a variable. Whatever code we write, we can just loop through. We don't have to change anything, as long as it all works correctly, which will be great. So, if room 1 is equal to -1, that means that it shows the down direction. Next, it checks to see if there is a room to the south of that room. So, check value if 101 minus 24, in this case it's not going to be a room, but check if the room below this room is less than 0. So if it's 0 or, I mean, it really would only be 0 at this point. So if it's 0, there is no room. But if it is less than 0, that means there is a room. So then we can add to 1024, which basically just says, cool, down is an option. Let's call that good. Check if there's a room in that direction. Check if the neighboring rooms are trying to connect. If they are, repeat step 2. Okay, so we do need one more check then. Then we need to say conditional branch. So if there is a room. Nope, not that. There we go. Script. So it's basically saying if you're going down and if there is a room below you, you need to check and see if that room is equal to, that means it would be trying to go up. And up is 3. So if it's equal to -3, that means it's trying to connect or should we say you are not equal to? As long as you are not equal to -3, then add 1 to the progress and set 97 plus 1045 times 4 to equal 0. Okay, you open, 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 close, close, close. Okay, that should be good. Then it sets the direction to 0, and then it'll loop down. Okay, so that should be the down direction. Let me just double check this and make sure. Let's see what happens. So, if there is a room, right? So let's just say, for example, this is room 1. So long as room 1 is less than 0. Less than would mean there is a room. So if room number 1 is less than 0, means there is a room, then set room number 1 to a random number between -1 and -4. Then this is the if you chose down, which would be -1. If you chose down, check just to see. Put this in here. No. This is checking to see if you are down. And then this is checking the room below to see if it is also a room. And then this is checking to see if that room below is trying to go up. So long as it is not equal to -3 or trying to move up, then adds 1, goes to the next room. It's like, all right, cool. That will be good. Whoa, we do not set that to 0. Oh, that would have got us stuck in a loop. I am so glad that I went through this again, because it is good. It set it to 1. That's all we need to do. So then with this, if down, if left. Okay. So now let's say it picked a -2, which means it's trying to go to the left. So 97 plus 1024 times 4. If you are equal to -2, which means you're trying to go to the left, then check the room to the left of it. We should just be able to say -1. No. I don't think we can. Okay. Here's the reason why. So, sticking with room number 1. Well, room number 1's going to be a bad example. Let's go to room number 7. So if it's checking room number 7, yes, if we're checking room number 7, it's going to say, if I then say just -1, it's then going to jump here. Because this moves sequentially, left to right, bottom to top. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, so on and so forth. If we're saying, hey, check this room -1, it's going to say, okay, hey, room number 6, are you a room? But that's not going to matter. So what we need to do, we already have this somewhere else. We already have this over here. Yes. Direction left. This is basically saying, come over here. Save this really quick just to be sure. Okay. So if left. This is saying if you have chosen left, and so long as you are not room 1 or 7 and 13 and 19, so on and so forth, taking all of the rooms on the left. Basically, it's just saying, as long as you are not any of those rooms, then do the rest of this. Okay. Easy enough. Let's say 97 plus 1024, yada, yada, yada. So if down, let's add some more comments just to be safe, because I want to make sure that I am remembering. Okay. Check room to south. And then check room to south is connecting. There we go. So if left, check if not far left of floor. Check room 2 west. Check if room 2 west is connecting. Okay, so now we should be able to change that to yes. -1, then you are also -1. Not -3. You would be trying to go to the right, which is 4. Chemistry Nick, hello. Glad you could be here. How's your day going? That would be -4. And then you can add to it. Perfect. Then let's copy the is down portion, because it's going to be slightly different than the is left portion. Oh, man. All right, we're going to be good. Okay. Is up. And this is going to say, if 97 plus 1045 times 4 equal to -3. So -3 is up, right? -3 is up. Yes. What are we doing? We are working on the random tomb generation. We'd like, actually, we made a little bit of progress in making it a little bit more exciting looking, hopefully. So we've adjusted the floor layout generation methods just a bit, so you get more designs like this and less blocky designs. So that way you don't just have like giant chunks of rooms all interconnected. Like you'll have things like this, right? Where you've got 9 rooms all right next to each other. But hopefully, all right, you get sometimes like that. So not every single one is a winner, but some of them are all just very, I don't know, some are more exciting looking than others, but that's just how random generation is. But yeah, so we've been working on trying to get the random generation to look and feel a little bit better. So far we've gotten better results. That one's kind of exciting looking. So right now we are trying to get it so they're all actually connecting to each other. Well, so I'm trying to get it right now. So if we look at the hand-drawn maps, you can see there's like these little hallways connecting all of the rooms. So that way you can have rooms that are next to each other, but you can't necessarily go in between these because there's not a doorway. And so what we're working on right now is basically getting, after it randomly generates the floor, it will then randomly generate the doorways. That way, if you ever do run into instances where, you know, say for example, you have something like this, that was actually a perfect example, where you just have like a giant block of rooms all right next to each other. Just because they're right next to each other doesn't mean they're going to be interconnected. So yeah, working on the generation right now to make it so that, you know, you could have hallways that you can get to every single one of these rooms, but not every single one will actually be connected. So maybe to get to this room over here, you'd have to like go all the way up over here, over and then down, or up a little bit, over, up, over, down, something like that. So that is what we're working on right now. We're trying to get it working just right. I think we're gonna get it. I hope. My hair's going crazy. Okay, so we've got the down method. We've got the left method. I can't remember if we finished the up method. Let's double check that. Okay, so if you're equal to -3, and -3 is up, right? And I don't know what is in the air right now, but is making my nose and eyes super itchy. So I apologize. It's doing murder. Doing murder. Okay, so -3 would be up. Yes. So -3, check room to north. Okay, that's where we ended off. Check room to north. Up. That we're just going to do, instead of -24, we're going to add 24. If you are less than 0, then check room to north is connecting. Check that plus 24 not equal to, I think it'll be, yes, -1. So long as it's not equal to -1, so as long as it's not trying to connect, then you're good. All right. And the last one is the left. If right, do this. So if 97 times 4 is equal to -4 to the right. Yes, -4 is to the right. Check if not far right of floor. Then the far right would be this right here. We should just be able to copy and paste that. Basically saying so long as you are not room 6 and you are not room 12 and you are not room 18 and you are not room 24, so on and so forth, then check room to east. This is going to be 97 plus variable 1045 times 4 plus 1. As long as it is, if it's less than 0, then check room to west east is connecting. So this is checking 97 plus variable 1045 times 4 plus 1 is not equal to -2. Then do that. Okay. So, as long as we did that right, we've got -1, -2, -3, -4. You are checking -3, -4, -1, -2. Perfect. Okay. So, basically, this code right here, all of that highlighted code, that should go room to room. So it generates the dungeon. It should then go room to room. It'll start in room 1. And everything that it does, it checks all of this. So it basically just says, hey, pick a random number between 1 and 4, right? And if you are, say, 1, it means it's going to try and create a doorway down, right? And then it does a couple checks. It's then like, okay, is there actually a room down here? So in this case, it would be like, nope, there is no room. Pick a new direction. So it'll be like, okay, pick a new one. And it'll be like, okay, well, what if it is equal to 4? The 4 would be to the right. It'll be like, okay, cool. So you're trying to go to the right. Is there a room over there? There is? Awesome. One last check. Is this room trying to connect to the left? And if it is, then pick another number. Because we're trying to make it so that 2 rooms don't just connect with each other. Because if they ever connect to each other, there's a chance that these surrounding rooms won't actually connect with these guys, and then they'll be cut off from you. So, yes. Chemistry Nick says, have you thought about rotation of the rooms? If you have 2x2 in bottom right square or top right square, it should show different image from going from top left to top right because of rotation. So are you meaning something like having multiple directions? So like things like this, where you can go like to the left and down? If you have a 2x2 and bottom right square to top right square, it should show different images from going from top left to top right. Are you meaning like in the initial floor generation? I'm not sure what you're meaning. Unfortunately, sorry. Okay, so this pass 3, and then at the very end of the loop, what we just want to say is conditional branch. The variable 1045 is equal to 60. Then control variables add 1 to variable 8. and break the loop. Okay, so we should actually just be able to get rid of all this. Let's also get rid of that. Just break the loop and then add to it. Okay, and then this is showing... That's past 1. This is past 2. Let's get rid of the version numbers. We don't need version numbers. We just need to know, generate initial rooms. This is past 1. And then check if rooms are blocky. This is past 2. And then show layout. Yeah, show layout 1. Create room layouts past 3. And this is going to be show layout 2. Ding. That should be right. I hope. Oh, actually, no. If you are less than 0, we're going to change these. Might as well. -1, -2, -3, and -4. Okay. So, with any luck, that should do everything we need. If you went from bottom right to top right, it should show a room with exit to left and down. Also, if we went to the same room, but from top left to top right, the room image should have exits to right and back. The room doesn't change, but the image did. It might just be too late for me, but I'm still not quite sure what you mean, and I am so sorry. If you went from bottom right, okay. So if you went from bottom right to top right room, so if I went from, so in here, so I went from bottom right and then moved up to top right room, it should show a room with exit to the left, going this way, to the left, and down. Also, if we went to the same room, but from top left to top right, room image should have exits to right and back. Room didn't change, but the image did. So what I think you're talking about, and I may be wrong here, what I think you're talking about would be basically rooms like this, right? Where you can go up, left, down, rooms like this where you can go down, left, right, down, right, up, right. Is that kind of what you're meaning? Because if so, we do have rooms like that, yes. So not all the rooms look like this, where there's only one direction to go. There will be rooms with like multiple directions to go. So yeah, so not every single room will just have one direction. Some will have multiple. If that's what you're meaning, then yes, we do have that. If not, then I apologize again. I am so sorry. Okay, should we test this out and see what happens? I just want to see if we get to... Okay, we know we can pass through this page. We know we get through this page. We know we get through this page. This is the one that I'm a little bit worried about. So let's flash white when we get to this page. And then when we finish this page, let's flash green. And then We'll, I guess, flash blue when we finish this page. Let's see what happens. Okay, so we got a flash white. Okay. Everything is parallel process. That's good. That's good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got the flash white, which was here. Then the flash green is when it's coming off. Okay. Oh, actually, do you know what I think? No, 1045 is still. What if we just like wait 30 frames here so I can see if we slow it down? 1, 1. Which one is 1045? You are 1045 and you're equal to 3. Oh, okay. 4. One, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I think the issue we're running into, loop. If you are less than 0, yes. So if you're less than 0, do oh wait, that's the showing the layout. This is the one we need. You, loop. Okay. So it checks if... That's why. So it's checking to see if it's less than 0, but then it's saying if it's not, just don't do anything. So in the else handler, we need to add to the room. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and okay. So it seems to be going better now. So let's still just add just the slightest amount of wait time. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. What is it getting stuck on? Let's see. So 4, so room 4 layout is equal to -1. The -1, so it's trying to go down. -2 and -3. So what is room 3's layout? Room 3's layout is -3. -3 is up. 1, 2, 3. Okay, yes. So -3 is up. That is correct. So it's trying to go up. 4. There's no connection there. So 4 should be able to go left or right. Left is 2, right is 4. 2. Why is 2 getting stuck? Okay, room 2 layout So room 1's layout is -3. -3 is up. Room 1 is trying to go up. Perfect. Room 2 should be able to go left or right. So 2 or 4. Room 2 is 2. So why is that not working? If down. So you're -1, that means you're going down. Check room to south. Okay, it's checking the room to the south. You're less than 0, means your room. Check room to south is connected. If room 1 minus 24, as long as you're not equal to 3. 3 is up. If you're trying to go down, but if you're equal to 2, which means you're trying to go to the right, no, 2 is to the left. You want to make sure that it's not doing that. Set it to a random number between -1 and -4. If you are less than 0. Okay, so it's redoing that just fine. I'm missing something here. It's so close. It's very close. I just need to figure out what is keeping it from actually making it over the finish line. Okay. Math for random. Okay, so it's setting the random number just fine. Comment if down. If script. If room 1 for the 1, that means it shows direction down. I wonder. No, that wouldn't. Trying to think if instead of picking just a random number, if any of this failed, it just adds one. Maybe actually. But for now, I need to figure out why it's getting stuck. There's absolutely no reason why it should be getting stuck. If we come in here, what, room 2, 3. Yeah, it should not be getting stuck at all. The room 3 layout is equal to -2. Still trying to do this one. Right? Yeah, -1. Okay. Because room 2 is -3. -3 is up. So this room right here is trying to go up. The room 3 currently equal to -1, which it can't go because that's down. -4 is to the right, which should be just fine. Okay. Let's check this. Room 3. It has picked to go to the right. It seems like it's just not doing anything right. Check room to south. So if room 97 plus 1045 times 4. Minus 24. Let's just check. Let's just check the if right. Okay, here we go. If right. Because right now, right here, this room right here. 1, 2, 3. Room 3 is trying to go to the right, but it's not letting it for some reason. So it's going to the right. If you're equal to -4, okay. Check if not far right on floor. This is checking to see if the current room $10.45. Yeah, because 10:45 should be currently at 3. Yes, it's on room 3. Okay. What it should be. Okay, that is correct. Okay. As long as, so it should be making it through all of that. Then check if wait a minute. Not +1. None of these should be +1. They should be +4. There's 4 variables we have to go through. Not +1, +4. And not -1, -4. Oh my gosh. Okay. That should fix it. Let's see. Room 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, blah, 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 blah. Okay, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Cross your fingers, everybody. Come on. What the crap? What is this garbage? Okay, first of all, it looked like it didn't get the last one. But I don't know if that was necessarily an issue with the random generation. I'm gonna let it. Let's just do this really quick. We're gonna get rid of the wait, because that should make it go by pretty fast. 43. Why did we get stuck? 36. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 18, 24, 5, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. Oh no. Oh no. I think I know what the problem is. I think that both this room here, so 35, and this room below room 36, so 30. So I think 30 and 35, I think 30 is trying to go up, and I think 35 is trying to go left or right. I think that I will bet you money that's what it is. Let's go find out. So room 30, layout is 3. And what is 3 again? 3 is up. So yep, 30 is trying to go up. And 35 layout is 4. And what is 4 again? 4 is trying to go to the right. Ugh, okay. Well, there's a nice bug. So basically, what we have tried to say is, hey, if one of the directions it's trying to go in is not... Ah, crap. Okay. Yeah, because right now it's basically just saying, hey, the directions you're going are not... There's a matching direction. Don't go for that. So what we need to do then... Alright. That's not gonna work. Check if there's a room in the direction. Repeat step 2. Add a check so if all neighboring rooms are trying to connect, just skip past that. What's going to be the best way to go about this then? So basically, that was the issue that I was a little bit worried we would run into, and I'm glad we ran into it that early, because it means that we're going to have to see if we can figure out a solution for the random gen. Okay, so that one worked fine. But again, we're up to random generation, and if the random dungeon just doesn't want to generate correctly, with corners like this especially, you could run into some really bad random dungeon generation issues. Okay, so let's get rid of the flashes, because we know that we're getting to the right steps now, so we don't need to check and see where we're at in the code. Get rid of those. Okay. Delete that. And then we need... I also forgot we've got the 4th pass that we're going to have to make before we actually show the images. So, let's do pass 3. You are so close past 3. You are technically doing everything that I want you to do. But what we need to do so that's how fast it did it, right? And with this kind of dungeon generation, it's all working great. One, two, three, four, 5. Okay, yeah, and then you run into issues like this. Okay. So yes, so what we need to do then, because if you run into ends of hallways, it is going to run into issues with the random dungeon generation. Okay, so here's what we need to do. So on this page, all the way down here, we're not going to say 60. What if we say 61? That should get that last block here. It's just... Of course. We need it to not bug out and also spawn a room here. Come on, work with me. Okay, so we're getting all the rooms. Okay, perfect. So that is working now. So what we need to do is, instead of it having pick a random direction to go, so if you pick down, right? If it's going south and it's checking south, and then check if it's connecting. So if it's not connecting, say fantastic, great. But if it is that I'm going to say conditional branch. Then we're going to say control variables, set value to -4. So basically the idea is, so it randomly picks a direction, right? 1 through -1 through -4. No, that wouldn't work. So I want it to what if Oh, random dungeon generation, you are an absolute nightmare. Because anytime there's like a small corridor here, it's just going to bug out every single time. But then when it's just boring, blocky crap like that, then it's fine. Yeah. As soon as it runs into things like this, the checks that I've added, the checks and the balances that I've added, just do not play nice with small corridors. Okay. Let's see here. We need it picks a new direction. Let's just say this will be an iteration. Just checking to see if there's a room. If there is a room, but it has direction, like an adjoining direction that's trying to connect, it can only say no X amount of times. Yes. Do control variables, add 1 to 18. Yes, so every time it runs into an issue, add to that variable. So it can only try and get out of that, let's say, like 4 times. And then let's say conditional branch, if dice picked up is equal to, let's say it's tried 10 times? Oh. So here's the problem with random numbers. Even though it's only 1 through 4, and you're saying, hey, pick a random number between 1 through 4, random numbers work in such a way that even if you, there is technically a chance that it could pick 4 1,000 times in a row. So I can't just say, well, if you've tried 10 times, then you've obviously tried all the directions, so move along. Because that's not how that'll work. self switches. No. We can't. Because in here, this is checking to see... This checks to see if there's a room, which is great. But if there's not... okay, that's not going to work. Okay. What if we say... You can only pick this variable if that variable is equal to negative 100. So negative 100 means it hasn't been touched yet. Okay, so comment, check if room rotation hasn't been checked yet. So if you are equal to negative 100, then you can set it to pick a random direction. If you aren't, then what it's going to do is, like, let's say it picks negative 1. The negative 1 is trying to go down. So if the connecting room, if the room to the south is trying to connect, then what we're going to do is say game variables set this variable set this variable to equal game variables dot value I want to make sure I'm doing this right. So this is this. Open, open, close, close. And then you should be open, open, close, close. Plus minus 1. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. My gosh. Oof. Friggin' parentheses. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay. That should be right. So set this variable to equal itself minus 1. So it's basically just saying subtract 1 from that variable. But changing the rotation once. So it's not picking a new rotation. Like, it's not picking a new random rotation. It is just rotating it once, clockwise. Okay, then it does the same thing here. And then it does the same thing here and here. Okay, so at that point, we're now going to say equal U. Don't set you to that. We're going to have you equal negative. Yes. The idea is it will pick a random direction, down, left, up, right. If it picks down, but the room and the room to the south, say there is a room there, and then it checks to see if the room to the south is trying to go up into the room in the north, then it's going to be like, okay, let's see if there's another direction we can go. It then tries to go left. If it can do that, great. If it can't, it's then going to try and go up. If it can do that, great. If it can't, then it's going to try and go to the right. If it can do that, great. If not, then it'll go down again. And then basically at that point, okay, and then we'll just then need to check and see conditional branch if the variable 18 is equal to 4. If it's down, this will be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, you're equal to 4. So if you've gone all the way around, then just keep that direction, go with the next spot. Yes. Okay. This is so just extremely ridiculously out there. I don't even know. I don't even know anymore. If it works, that's what matters. If it works. If not, well, you know, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Okay, there we go. Perfect. Let's give that a try. Hope that it makes it through. Got stuck on 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Let's check and see what it's doing. First of all, 18. What are you at? 18 is at 0. Okay. Alright, so, room 5. Let's go check room 5. Room 5 layout is equal to -1. It's like it's not even trying to change. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. -1. It's trying to go down. But it can't. So what the crap? Okay. It's trying to go down, but it can't. Okay. What are you having problems with? Room 4. Layout. -4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Huh? 7 is still okay. Room 1 is broken, huh? 1, 2. Okay. So I have done something horribly wrong. It broke it even more. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. So obviously what we're doing is not working. Check room to south. Do I need to check this as well? I think I might have checked this as well. So check if player level progress horizontal is greater than 6. Yeah, I think I need to also check that. So, because right now, on the left, so it's checking, so if left, if down, check if not far left. Okay, so after that we need to check comment, check if not bottom row. Okay. And then if up, check if not top. Ooh. That check looks like this. That in there. Okay. Will that fix it? No. All right, what direction is room 3 trying to go in? Room 3 layout is trying to go -1, which is down. You shouldn't be doing that. Okay, well, obviously this is not working like I thought it would. Not at all. Not at all. -1. Set it to -1. Is that just not correct? You are you to there. You to you. You to you. 1, 2, 3 open. 1, 2, 3, 4 close. That sets you to -1. This sets you to -2. Sets you to -3. Nope. -3. There we go. This sets you to -4. Let's give that a try. Cool, it broke on number 1. What happening? You're trying to be, yeah. Okay. Down, check if not bottom row, check room to south. Check room to south is connecting. And then it does all this wild, wacky stuff, which is not working. So we need to figure out something else. We're going down this road, and I don't think this road is what we need for the random generation. Okay. So, bad call for this for the random generator. Okay. I just don't get why it's... It's at a weight of 45 frames in between each one of these directions. I just want to see if it's actually trying to check all the directions, you know? 1, 2. Okay, now it got stuck. I am now realizing I can't really check the directions visually. Okay, so it's on room 5. Room 5 is equal to -2, -2, -2, -2. But it can't be -2, because -2 would be to a place that does not exist. What did we say, 3? Let's try 3? No. Okay, so maybe that's the problem. Is that it's the initial direction it's trying. If it's incorrect from the beginning, it's not even getting to this point anymore. Okay, so let's get rid of all this. This is not working. This is not what we want at all. Scrap it all. Okay. Ooh, I am so sorry. I feel like I keep bumping this mic arm. And it is a terrible arm, so it creates all sorts of weird noises. So we need to keep you randomly rotating. Yes. So if you're randomly rotating, which is fine. So it's only going to get this far if there's actually a room. So this is where we'd need to have the else handler. Yes. So if you're trying to connect, as long as you're not trying to connect, do that. But if you are trying to connect, then what do we need to do? So if you're here and you're trying to go down, you need to check and see if this room is trying to go up. Oh man, I know there's gotta be a solution. I just cannot think of what it would be. And this is we're so close. We're getting really close. I know that we are. We just have to figure out there's just this one last hurdle. Okay, so let's think about this. So if you are... So if you're here, if you're in this room, and you're trying to go down, and there is a room here, great. That is when we would get to... So you're trying to go down, you're not on the bottom row, and it is... Check room to south, so it checks to see if there's a room there. There is, and then it's checking to see if it's connecting. So if this one is trying to move up, it should be fine. But we only want to say it's fine after it has checked every other way. So maybe in here, so check if it's trying to go that way. If it's not, then what you need to do is you then need to say, we need to check and see if there's a room, another room that it can connect to. So we need to say, check room to south. So in the else, we need to say so we're checking if we're checking all the rooms around them. So if the room to the left is less than, we're going to say is equal to 0. Yes. Check room to west. Check room to north. And check room to east. Additional branch, you. Okay. I was basically checking to see, is the room to the south not trying to connect? If it isn't, do this. If it is, check anywhere around you. And it's basically going to say, check all the rooms. If there is another room around you, no. Because then all it would take into account is if all the other rooms are empty, or just not everything around you is just empty, not a room, then you can do it. But if there is a room that's, say, to the north of you, then it's just going to skip past, and you're just going to get straight back into the same loop. Good freaking heavens. This is an absolute nightmare. So I guess let's copy that. This one. I mean, let's see what happens. Okay, so you are -4. So you need to be +24. You need to be +4. You need to be -20. -4. Okay. So then you... This is so stupid. What am I doing with my life? Okay, so you are +4. You are -24. So you're +24, +4, -24, and then -4. Okay. And then you are... So you're +4, so you are -24. -4 +24. Okay. So you are -24, -4, +24, +4. -4 +24, +4, -24. +24, +4, -24, -4. +4, +24, I mean -24, -4, +24. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Room 2, layout, trying to be -3, so down, left, up. But it can't be up. So why is it trying to be up? None of that's working. None of this is working. Why? Why? Okay. So, what? Man, this is just absolutely horrible. Do I still need... If this variable, if room 1 is less than 0, That's something we added later, right? This else handler? To add 1 to that? Pretty sure. No, we still needed that. Okay. Okay. How are we going to do this? Uh, 12, 6, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yep. So it gets trapped in these little corridors, which is understandable. It has been over 3 hours, and the only thing we've actually accomplished is making it so the random dungeon generation looks a little bit better. That is it. Oh, I knew this was going to be a more difficult thing to do, but good freaking heavens. Trying to actually make a path so you can't just go all over this room. Because look, we could end right here, and we could just say, yep, that's the dungeon. And as you go through, it just shows based on that, and you call it good. But I don't want to do that. I want to add some interesting pathing to it, you know? You know. Okay, so room 6 layout is -2, -2, -4, -2, -3, -4, -3, -3, -1. Okay, so what are we getting held up on? Let's ask ourselves that question. What are we getting held up on? We are getting held up on this part here. Check if there's a room. No. Check if neighboring room is trying to connect. If they are, repeat step 2. That is technically what we're getting caught up on. Because we're trying to avoid, I drew this out last time, but let me just pull it up again. So here is the issue we are facing. So right now the problem is, if you have a room here and a room here, let's just do 3x3 grid, right? Okay, so here is the issue we are facing. So let's say, for example, this middle room tries to make a connection with that room to the left. And then the room to the left tries to make a connection with the room in the middle, right? There we go. Perfect. Made a connection. Fantastic. The problem we are potentially facing is then, let's say it goes through and it says, all right, this room right here, like this room, makes a connection with this room. That's fine. And then this room makes a connection with this room. That's fine. And then it just kind of keeps going around until eventually it gets to the point where, there we go, all these rooms, they're connected, right? Yeah, absolutely. And then, this room then branches off up there, right? That's fine, except for the fact that these 2 rooms would now be completely disconnected from the rest of the dungeon. So the idea is we need to make it so that any of these dungeon rooms, if, like, say, for example, if this one is trying to make a connection over here, and then this one tries to make a connection over here, it needs to basically say, no, this middle room, whoa, what the freak just happened? It needs to say, no, this room is trying to connect with you, so you cannot connect with them. So that way you can always have like an interconnected thing that's going on here. Right? Right. But then you run into issues where if you have something like, say, for example, a hallway here, right? And if it's going through, and if it's saying, all right, this one can connect this room. And if there's no room up here and no room down here, then the only other option for this room is to say, all right, connect to this room, which is fine. But then when you get to this end of the hallway room, it goes, okay, well, there's no room up here, no room over here, no room over here, but this room is already trying to connect with me. So sucks to suck, I guess. And then it just spins around in circles because it's like empty, 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 trying to connect, empty, 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 trying to connect, empty, 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 so on and so forth. And that's the issue that we're running into. That is the bug. And I cannot, for the freaking life of me, figure out how we're going to make this actually function. We can't just say because we're going off of random numbers, right? So we can't just say, hey, if it has tried any of these other directions 10 times, then just allow it to make this connection. Because who knows? It could try up 10 times and then it's like, well, it's tried everything, so sure, just accept this one, which could potentially lock it off from the rest of the dungeon. So we can't do that. But we can't set a finite thing because each dungeon room is potentially different, right? Because if there is a dungeon room over here, and so then it's trying to go up, but it can't. And then if it tries to go left, then it can't. Or right, then it can't. Okay, let's think here. Let's clear our mind. Let's all close our eyes. Let's meditate for just a little bit. Listen to the sound of my voice. We're going to relax. We're going to think of a way to get through this. Because there is a way, and we will find it. Let's think about this together. What are we going to do? Well, I don't know. I really, really don't know. Okay. So if you're facing it has to be a random number, so we can't rely on any finite solution. Because we can't just say, hey, pick a random number, right? And have it go through 4 times. So if it picks 2, we'd add 1. Let's just say this one's empty. You can't go that way. Then it tries 3. Add 1. Let's say there is a room here, but it is also trying to go down. Then we say, okay, let's try another way. Then we try 4. We've now added a 3 to a variable. And then let's just say there's no room down here. Tries 4. or down, right? So 2, and then if we rotate 1, 3, 4, 1, 2. Hold up. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Is that what we need to do? So if we say, you're here, and you choose 2. First of all, maybe not. This checks to see if you're going down. Check if not on bottom row. Wait a minute. I think I have this in the wrong spot. Wait. Never mind. Never mind. I don't. Basically, it's saying if you're trying to go down, then check to see if you're on the bottom row. If you are, then you need to do something else. Okay, yes. Never mind. You are in the right spot. Okay, so then you need to check and see. Check if room is south. Check room to south. Check if room to south is connecting. If you aren't, then just move on. Aren't. Are. So if you aren't, you're fine. But if you are connecting to the room to the south, no, if the room to the south is trying to connect to you, what are we gonna do? Ooh, geez, sorry. Keep bumping it. So if you are connecting, then what are we gonna do? In theory, it sounds like what we should be able to do is say, if it is trying to connect, then it should just need to check the other directions. So check to the left, check to the up, north, and check right. Check left, up, and right. No. maybe we can use the self switches. But what if we do this? So if there is a connection trying to be made, check room to south is connecting. I guess this would be more of a isn't. If it isn't trying to connect, do that. If it is trying to connect, then what we want to do is say conditional branch. If A is on, then do that. If it's not, control this variable. Set 97 plus 1045 times 4 to equal -4. No, but we're going to be -2. Okay. Then we've got 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 0. 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay. Set it to -2. Set it to -2, and then control self switch. Turn on A. Add 1. And then we're going to control self switches, turn off A, B, C, D. And then jump to label start. Right here is label start. Just jump straight back up to the top. So, yes. So the general idea is, if there is a connection trying to be made, then add 1 to the rotation, so we're manually rotating it 1 clockwise. And then turning on self switch A. So that would mean that it should then take us down here so that it's facing left. And the general idea is we'll copy and paste that conditional branch. So it'd come in here, and if this one doesn't work, and if this one doesn't work, and if this one doesn't work, check if room rotation hasn't been checked yet. You are less than 0. What you need to be is if you are equal to -100. So if the current room you're in is equal to -100, then do this. Not add to that. Okay. That's risky. Is that what we want? So this adds to the room it's now checking. turns off all of those, jumps to start. It's on start, which means that if it's equal to -100, which means it is a room, do this. If not, go to the next room. Okay, I think that should be correct. So let's grab all this. Oh, everyone, please cross your fingers. Okay, so on this last one, additional branch is comment isn't. Right. So is. So if self switch B is on, that turn off all of those. If not, set it to -3. And then turn on B. And here, comment isn't. And then if C is on, set U to -4. Turn on C. For U, if D is on, D, set U to -. Okay. See what happens. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. Making its way downtown. Okay, we're just going to check some things really quick, though. I just want to make sure. Well, 25. That's 6, 12, 18, 24, 25. Okay, so that means it made it here. So let's check some things really quick. So, room 1 is -4. -4. I'm going to move this over here just so I can see. I know you can't see it, but I'm looking at the room layouts. Remind myself what is what. I'm terrible at remembering. Okay, so -4 is to the right. So room number 1, we're trying to go to the right. Okay. Room 2 is -1, which is down. Which is not right at all. Room 3 layout is -1, which is not right at all. Okay. So, really quickly, I'm going to set you to 60. Just want to see. Okay, so room 1 is equal to -100. You're equal to -3. 1, 2, 3. So you'd be going up. Two is equal to -4. So 1, 2, 3, 4 would be to the right. Okay, so it can do that. Let's see what room 3 does. Room 3 has picked -2. Okay. You're trying to go to the left. 3. Okay, so it's checking 3. And then it moved on to room 4. And it's trying to go to number 3, which is up. is not correct at all. Why? Oh, good heavens. Huh. Well, it's, yeah. If you're -3, check to see if you're on the top row. Check room to north. What if okay, this is probably my last thought before I might just have to be like, okay, that I've got nothing else in my tank tonight. Let's do this. Okay. We're going to loop this. We're going to set this to a random number before it goes into the loop. So random number before it goes into the loop. Okay. That's fine. And then it jumps into the loop. Where we then say check if room rotation hasn't been checked yet. So we don't need you. Or you. So if down, if left, if up, if right. Let's grab all of this and put you up here. It's checking if all of that is equal to -100. If not, do that. Okay. Basically, so it sets a random direction, 1 through 4, and then loop. If down, right, if down, if left, if up, if right. Then at the end of that, repeat above. So what we need to do is, if any of these, so if anything in here, so if you're equal to 1, so check if not on bottom row. If any of these don't pass, And what you need to do is control this variable plus that, set it to minus or negative 2. Open, 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 close, close, close. Nope, I can't have that right there. That would not be good. So I guess at this point, what we would need to say is, if at any of these times, so check if not bottom row. But if you are on the bottom row, then set it to negative 2. Check room to south. As long as there's a room to the south, great. But if there's not a room to the south, do that. And then check room to south is connected. No. No, 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 no. This is where the importance of having the random one out of the loop comes in. So for any of these checks, if none of them work, it's going to just skip all the way to the bottom and then repeat back up to the top. No. We're going to skip all the way down to the bottom. And then we're going to say, set that. Then, conditional branch, if. Come on. If game variables dot value 97 plus 1045 times 4 is equal to negative 4. You are equal to negative 1, set it to negative 2. Else, you're equal to negative 2, set it to negative 3. Else, you are negative 3, set it to negative 4. Else, if you are negative 4, set it to negative. Okay, so general idea is it will run through all of this stuff, right? Everything that we set up previously. And then when it gets down here to the bottom, it'll basically say, oh, are you facing down? Well, then start facing right. No. Oh, good heavens. I am in such deep uncharted territories. Uncharted territory. This is ridiculous. Okay. Repeat above. Player level progress horizontal is equal to 61. Break the loop. Loop. Okay, that's outside. I believe what we can do. Here's the problem with loops, and there's another like event command you can do called labels. So you can create a label and you can jump to labels. So if I were to create a label up here that said there was something like random direction. There we go. I think what we should be able to do when it adds one to here, we should be able to say jump to label random dir, and it would then jump to up here. But with the loops, I don't know if the jump to labels supersede the loops or not. We're gonna find out. So let's get these out of the else handlers. We're also going to do the labels for this. Get out of there, get out of there, get out of there. Okay, so since it's -2, and then we're going to jump to label start. Start, jump to label start, jump to label start. Then up here, right as it starts looping, label start. So check all of those. Two, three, four. Here, down here at the bottom. Okay, so I think that should loop through correctly. And then the whole reason for this solution is we should then be able to say... okay, we should be able to say... come on. Close enough. Maybe. Oh, man. I don't know what that is, but that is sharp. Holy crap. I don't know what the crap got in my eye, but that hurts. Real bad. Ooh. Okay. So, the idea is every time it gets down here to the bottom and rotates, it is going to control variables. It's going to add 1. We'll do 19. Add 1 to 19. Okay. So if we start... and then conditional branch variable 19 equal to. Okay, so this is starting at 0. So let's say 0 is down. Left would be 1. Up is 2. Right is 3. Down is 4. Okay. Once you equal 4, even that's not, because again, we can't use, that is like the biggest issue, is that we can't use finite numbers. Because even adding here is not going to be a good idea. Because basically the idea is, regardless of any of these if statements, check if not far right on floor, check room to east, check room to east is connecting, and if it isn't, then do that. And then jump to random direction. But let's say, for example, it chose to go down. So for room 1, it chose to go down. It cannot do that because it's going to say, is the player level progress 1045? Is it greater than 6? If not, that means it's on the first row. So it's going to be like, okay, can't do any of that. So then jumps all the way down to here. And then it's like, okay, so you're equal to -1. So then it's going to add 1 to the direction. So it's going to be -2 now. Adds 1 to that. And then jumps up to start. And it comes back up here to the start. Starts coming down. Is it -1? No. Is it -2? Yes. Then it goes, okay, well, check to make sure you're not on the far left. You are on the far left because you are room 1-1. Then it goes, okay, so I can't do anything. Can't do that. Can't do that. Come back down here. So then it checks, okay, am I at -2? I am. It adds 1 more to this. Great. And then it sets the direction to -3, which is up. Adds 1 more of that. Jumps up to start. Jumps up to start. Checks. -1? No. -2? No. -3? Yes, it's trying to look up. Then it checks. Okay, is it less than 55? Yes, it absolutely is. Okay, check. Room to north. Let's just say, for example, for this one, it is not there. So it checks to see if it's less than 0. But there is nothing above it. So room 7 is not a thing. Okay. Then it says, okay, so room 7 is not a thing. All right, well, we got to go down. Doesn't meet any of that criteria. Comes down here. It's not -1, not -2. It's -3. Yes. Okay. So then it sets the direction to -4. Adds 1 to this. Perfect. And then it jumps up to start. It's not down. It's not left. Not up. It is right. Okay. So it's -4. It is right. Checks to see, is it on the far right side? No, it's not. Check room to east. Is there room to the east? We're going to say yes, there is. Is the room to the east connecting? We're going to say it's not. But it's not going to matter. Because in a completely different scenario, I have no idea how we're going to do this random generation. The random generation is working. I have no idea how we're going to make the path through the randomly generated dungeon actually work. Like, I feel like I have jumped through so many weird hurdles and hoops to get this thing working. And it's just not. It's just not. Because then if we run into the same issue where I just, every single time I'm like, okay, this has got to be the solution. I start getting into it and I'm like, wait, no, it's not. I don't know. And then we just control variables set 19 to be equal to 0. But again, I'm going to come in here. We're going to test it. And that's just going off the rails. I don't know where it's going. We've got -4, -5. I didn't know Young Jack Black coded games. I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you. Because yeah, room 1 layout, -4. It's not. Room 1 is not even. Yeah. Good. was meant as one. Oh, well then, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know, I guess I was getting ready for like a backhanded comment. Backhanded compliment. I don't think I've ever been compared to Jack Black, but I'll take it. I will take it. Yeah, this random dungeon generation is an absolute crapshoot. Well, at this point, we technically have random dungeon generation working to a point. It randomly generates every time. Fantastic. Corridors, all that fun stuff. Great. But trying to get doorways, I don't know. I cannot for the life of me get it. I feel like we're so close, just inches from having it be successful. But for some reason, this third pass to create doorways is just not, it's just not. I don't know.
Thanks for the follow, devious_oatmeal.
Devious_oatmeal. Thank you so much. I'll just call you Devious Oatmeal instead of Devious_oatmeal. I appreciate the follow. Thank you. We're trying to get some random dungeon generation working, which technically we have. As you can see, it randomly generates a new dungeon every time, which is great. But so I'll kind of give you a really quick tour example. I don't know. I'm going to show you really quickly what we've got. Yes, my middle name, Devious_oatmeal. I always underperformed in scoring in sports. Happens to the best of us. So anyway, so in our game, we are making an old school dungeon crawler. And right now I've been hand building the maps. And general idea is you are, as you're going through and exploring the rooms, ignore these random numbers. That is for the random dungeon generation. I'm trying to create a interesting room layout, right? So actually, I'm just realizing how poor of an example this is going to be because I was testing traps before this, and it's going to be a trap in basically every single room. But anyway, so yes, trying to yeah, now they're just right in your face. Sorry, I should have just completely ignored them. Yeah, so trying to make it so the dungeon layouts are a bit more interesting to go through. I should probably just disable the traps completely. Man, my brain is fried. I'm trying to think of like the best way to give an example for why we're trying to do what we're doing. Yeah, example of why we're doing what we're doing. So right now, hand crafting the dungeon floors right now, manually creating the paths and things like that. So the reason why I'm trying to do this in the random number generation, as we're trying to do right now, you'll have blocks of rooms like this, right? Where you've got a whole bunch of rooms all right next to each other. And so instead of just having it be you can go in every single direction on all of these connecting to the rooms, sometimes you'll have walls right here separating the rooms, and there's not going to be a path here. To make it more random and surprising rather than predictable. Exactly. Yes. And so right now, with the random dungeon generation that we have working, whoops, I gotta go back over here to the test map. Sorry, it is extremely windy outside here right now, and I can hear like my barbecue grill is scooting around outside. I might have to go bring that in. Anyway, so right now the issue is you've got areas like this where they're all connected, and I'm trying to, with random generation, have it manually connect the rooms in different various ways. The issue is so many things, so many issues. Yeah. Is there a main path, or do you want it to say have two split paths, and then join to lead to the exit? Well, yes. The answer is yes to that. So basically the idea is it could be any number of things. So if we pull this up over here, if I close that. So these are all the rooms. The potential for paths you can follow is literally any 4 directions. So it could be any combination, right? So you could walk into a room where you walk in, you can't go any other direction. It's dead end. It could be, you walk into a room, the only way to go is up, or left to right, down and left and up and right. So that is kind of the issue that we're running into, is with the random generation. And this is kind of an example that I've got. Are you familiar with the Spelunky method? Yes. And I actually tried that already. Well, if I'm thinking, pretty sure I'm thinking of the correct method. So basically the way that I am generating the map is I'm essentially creating like a worm that is kind of going through its own path and laying out the rooms for me. So that's with this design. That's kind of what I'm doing, right? So right now there's a possibility of 60 rooms per floor. And with the code, I'm telling it, hey, place this worm into any one of these random rooms, right? So if it's like, okay, place the worm in room 60, it would start it up here. And then the worm basically just randomly moves around any direction it wants until it spawns X amount of rooms, and then it stops. So if that's kind of what you mean, it's like following its own path, right? And it's kind of bobbing and weaving up and down, left and right. And that's how it's creating this design, right? That way everything is interconnected in some way, shape, or form. So if that's the method you're meaning, I am using it for this. And then I kind of tried to use the same method for the third pass, right? So pass 1 is this right here. So this is pass 1. This is the worm going through and randomly, spawning rooms as it moves around the floor. And then pass 2 is it's checking to make sure there's not any large sections that are too blocky, right? It's just trying to make sure that there's not some section where it's like just a giant block. I want to make sure there's like corridors and walkways and things like that. So that's pass 2. And then pass 3 is the one that we are currently stuck on. And it is just, I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. But so is the Spelunky method a official method? Like if I were to Google it, Spelunky generator lessons. Press R to generate another level. Let's see what we got here. You ever wondered how Spelunky's level generation works? Absolutely. This tool is a complete working copy of Spelunky that has been modded to just show the first part of level generation algorithm. Okay. No clue if it's like an official name. Fair enough. I figured when you said the Spelunky method, I figured it was in relation to the game Spelunky. Scroll below the game for detailed description of what's happened. It's detailed, but that's not too much. But it's like how you described in a way. Yeah, so the level is made of 16 rooms in a 4x4 grid. There are 4 different basic room types. 0, a side room that is not on the solution path. 1, a room that is guaranteed to have a left exit and a right exit. 2, a room that is guaranteed to have exits to the left, right, and bottom. If there's another 2 room above it, then it also is guaranteed a top exit, a room that is guaranteed to have exits on the left, right, and top. Okay. Yes, absolutely. So that is 100% what I'm doing. Just with more variables, unfortunately, which makes it very difficult to implement. Because I have basically 15 room types. There's a room where you can go only down, only left, only up, only right. There's a room where you can go down and up, left and right, down and left and up and right and down, down, left, right, down, left, up, down, up, right, and down, up, left. So anyway, yes, so the Splunky method, yes. I guess I've never specifically heard it called that before, but yes, that is the way that I'm trying to randomly generate the dungeons. And yeah, so that's what I'm trying to take into account with this pass 3. Is yeah, first pass and the second pass are super easy. It's literally just a worm essentially crawling through the map, randomly generating it as it moves around, and every tile it touches, it says, if this is 0, which means it hasn't spawned a room yet, spawn a room. And then once it runs out of room spawns, so right now I think I have it set to be able to spawn 40 rooms, but you know, I can come in here and I can reduce that. I can say, hey, you can only spawn 10 rooms. It's gonna look really boring, but there you go. There's your 10 rooms. 10, 10, 10. So I can make it as large or as small as I want. Anyway, yes. So, yeah. So that's what we've got. So basically, what I'm trying to accomplish now, and like we could technically just bypass this pass 3, because especially with ones like this, right? There's not a whole lot of rooms that are all just kind of bundled up together, just like in a giant chunk. Really, the only one would be right here. So it wouldn't be that bad, right? Because then you would just say, hey, if there's a room on, you know, any side of you, spawn this one, right? Which would be super easy to do. But then we run into issues of rooms like, okay, that's another one. Bad example. Here we go. Then we run into generations like this, where you've got this huge block of rooms right here where I don't want them all interconnected. It's like maybe if you're in this room, you have to go all the way over here and then up and then down this way and then over to here. And this is like a dead end kind of here. So yeah, then I have to go over, up, down. Anyway, so that's what I'm trying to go for. I just cannot for the life of me get it to work. Yeah. So that's where we're at. And also, unfortunately, this is basically the end of the stream. I probably have got to get to bed. I have got work pretty early in the morning, and it's gonna come fast. It's gonna come fast. Okay, well, yeah, here's another one. Here's another good example of, yeah, just a huge block of rooms, and I'm like, I would rather not have it look like that. So, yeah. I'm gonna think a little bit more about it. We're gonna figure this out. I know it's possible. I 100% know it is. I believe we can. What if we made it snake, then branch off the snake with other snakes? So that is a method that I tried. Because basically this third pass, I kind of tried to just like copy and paste the code where I was like, okay, now have the snake move around those rooms. And then whatever path it follows, assign it that value. And for the most part, it worked pretty well. The only problem is with random number generation for computers can be a bit of a nightmare. And so more often than not, I would run into issues where when it was like snaking through, it would just like sit here and like go in circles, and then it would like move up a little bit, go in circles, move up over a little bit. And then the issues would then come into play is when the snake would be like kind of moving around in this area. If it ever just happened to get over here, sometimes it would just get stuck down here because it would start going up and then it would come back down, try and move left and right, come down, you know, up, down, up, down, up, start coming up, and then it would go back down. So, yeah. we could try with different snakes. That actually might be a decent way to go about it. So basically just spawn one snake that starts going, right? Goes through the dungeon. Maybe it travels 20 blocks, right? And then once it's gone 20 times, it despawns, and then we get a new snake that spawns in a room that's not been updated yet. It starts moving around, does like 20 movements. That might actually be a really good idea. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. We're gonna give that a try. Okay, let's come in here. We're gonna say new first pass. Use new snaking method. Because we just updated the snaking method tonight so that it would spawn better looking dungeons. So yeah, so use the new snaking method to do third pass. Spawn a snake that moves X amount of tiles, then despawns. Despawns. Okay, whatever. Call it the Hydra method. Ooh, I like that. Hydra method. Yes, then it despawns after X amount of tiles moved. And then spawn new snake in a tile that hasn't been affected by previous. Oh my goodness gracious! It is so late. Affected by previous snakes. Repeat until all rooms have pathing. What would it be? Variable pathing number? Yeah. Yeah, we'll say a pathing number. Because basically the idea is each one of these tiles that spawns has an ID of 100. And so that is just like a full room, right? And so technically the IDs are 1 through 15 because there's 15 different room types. So yes, so basically pick a random one of these, so long as it equaled 100, which means it is a room. It would spawn it randomly somewhere in here, and it would just start snaking around, and then whatever direction it moves through, it would assign those IDs to the room. And then after 20 or so tile moves, despawn, and then let's say like if it was moving around in here, right? And then it would spawn a new snake somewhere in these empty areas. It would go through, do its thing, 20 moves. Yeah. I like it. I like this Hydra method. New first pass. Hydra. I spelled that Hydra. Hydra method. Ooh, all right. Well, good sir Devious Oatmeal. I appreciate your suggestions, your contributions. That is huge. We are going to try that on the stream tomorrow. Yeah. Because unfortunately, I need to get some sleep. Day one of my new job was very mentally taxing. And then, yeah, coming home and do this, it was fantastic. I absolutely loved it. But I need some rest. I've got to be up in like 5 hours to go to work. So, but kind of like I had mentioned, for any new people here, used to stream in the afternoons and mornings. Just got a new job. I'm switching to evenings, my time. So I stream starting around 8:30 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. So I've got it on my schedule. So hopefully that helps and works out. But yeah, so we didn't get as much done today as I would normally hope. But this random tomb generation it's something that if we can actually get it working and working well, it will make the game so much better. So I'm bound and determined to get this thing working. Anyway, with that, yes, I'm going to say we're going to have to call it there. But thank you so much for everyone who left comments, chatted. Devious Oatmeal, welcome. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you for the follow. If you enjoyed what you saw, I will be back tomorrow evening, or whatever time of day it is for people watching. But yes, it'll be tomorrow evening for myself. Yeah. So with that, I'm gonna say, hope everyone has a great evening, morning, afternoon, wherever you may be in your days. I will see you all tomorrow. And yeah, we're gonna try out the Hydra method and see if that works. I've got good feelings about it. I feel like it should work well. I hope. We'll see. Anyway, well, take care. We'll see you all tomorrow, and I appreciate it. I think that's it. I don't know why I'm always so bad at these goodbyes and sign-offs, so we're just gonna say